here.
Yep,
The only thing you need to do is to point the computer,
I see.
not the screen.
Okay, got it.
Change here, but you need to
Yep.
point there.
Okay, so another question is there anything to say? I need to go look back on that one from my
Yes.
slide.
The best would be to maybe turn like this.
Yep,
See?
okay,
And then, yeah.
okay.
Then, okay. So you can tell. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I can give you one of these lights. I mean, they've all got wires on them, but it means you can face up and down if you prefer. And you can stand there if it depends if you really need a lectern for these notes.
no, I'm not
So-
going through my notes.
Would you rather walk around then?
So maybe I will start in the.
And then, so if you
Yeah.
do that, that's that one, and then you can just pick up that one if you want. And
Yeah, I'll pick up that one.
Any one of those, and then I can tell by the color which one you're on, and I'll just adjust the volume level
Okay,
to,
Yeah.
so that it's, so we
can I try that one for a minute?
Yeah.
Let's start with this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go and do it.
And I'll bring the other.
Okay. Good morning, testing, testing. Yep, it's working. Fine. Good morning, testing, testing. Okay. Yep.
1, 2, 3, test, test. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mohsen Hafiz. I'm Strategic Program Director at International Water Management Institute. And thank you for joining us today. And today we'll be talking about the very interesting session, which is organized jointly by CGIAR and International Water Management Institute, from drought risk assessment to regional action, strengthening drought resilience in Central Asia and Pakistan. This side event will present about the drought risk evidences and priority action from Central Asia and Pakistan, and also looking around that one, how we could enhance the cooperation, how we could build on a better early warning system, knowledge exchange, desertification control, financing and investment oriented discussion. And it will be also, we will have a very interesting panel discussion where we're looking around the findings of the regional drought profile, covering Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan and Pakistan, and also sharing the national experience, Pakistan national experience, that ensuring that both Central Asia and Pakistan are clearly reflected, and then how we are able to see what are the learnings from the Central Asia to Pakistan, from Kazakhstan to Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and also looking around that one, the drought and desertification. We often consider within the national boundaries, but this is a transboundary issue. And looking around the land, water, and development challenge which are facing into this region, and seeing how we could have a basically improve and strengthen the regional and cross-regional coordination in those sessions. And lastly, looking around that one, what are the learning from here? How we could move from today and then to the future? What are the learnings and how we could enhance the cooperation into that respect? With this one, I will be first inviting Dr. Bunyad Hulmatov, who is the research group leader at International Water Management Institute, and I will be asking him to come and provide an opening remarks for this session.
Thank you, Dr. Mohsen. Good morning, distinguished delegates. Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, partners, and friends. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to this event on From Drought Risk Assessment to Regional Action, Strengthening Drought Resilience in Central Asia and Pakistan. On behalf of IWMI and our partners, I would like to thank you for joining us here at the IUCN Pavilion during UNCCD COP17. IUCN COP17 is taking place under the powerful theme, Restoring Land, Restoring Hope. This message is especially relevant to Central Asia and Pakistan, where drought, desertification, land degradation, and water stress are no longer isolated environmental concerns. They're becoming systemic development challenges that affect food security, rural livelihoods, irrigated agriculture, rangelands, ecosystems, energy reliability, and regional stability. In Central Asia, countries share rivers, ecosystems, landscapes, infrastructure, and climate risks. Drought in one part of the region can quickly affect water allocation, agricultural production, pasture conditions, and downstream communities elsewhere. And I know this because I'm from that region myself. Pakistan also brings important experience in managing drought risk, strengthening preparedness and linking resilience with national climate and development priorities. These experiences are different, but they speak to a common challenge: how to move from understanding drought risk to acting on it in ways that are practical, coordinated, and sustained. Our recent years have been important progress in drought monitoring, risk assessment, early warning, scientific research, and policy dialogue. The regional drought profile for Central Asia, together with national experience, such as those from Pakistan, gives us a stronger evidence base. But evidence alone is not enough. The real test is whether this knowledge can be translated into better decisions, stronger institutions, timely financing, and concrete action on the ground. This discussion matters now because the region already has strong evidence, growing political attention, and a timely COP17 platform. But the next step is to translate these into coordinated action, financing, and institutional follow-up. COP17 provides an important opportunity to connect drought resilience with the broader agenda on land restoration. combating desertification, and building climate resilient development pathways. It also gives us a chance to look beyond individual country responses and ask what can be done together through knowledge exchange, regional early warning, joint research, coordinated planning, and investment-oriented partnerships. We are pleased that this session creates space for a high-level dialogue on possible institutional pathways for cooperation, including Turkmenistan's initiative to establish a regional desertification center. Such initiatives are important because drought and desertification do not stop at national borders. They require institutions that can support continuity, data sharing, coordination, and follow-up beyond a single event or project cycle. Our aim today is therefore practical. We want to reflect on the evidence, hear from country and regional perspectives, and identify what should happen next after COP17. What are the priority actions for the next 3 to 5 years? How can early warning lead more reliably to early action? How can drought resilience be linked more directly with land restoration and sustainable land management? And what kinds of financing, partnerships, or institutional arrangements are needed to support long-term preparedness? I hope this session will help us to move toward a clear cooperation agenda for drought and desertification resilience across Central Asia and Pakistan, one that is grounded in evidence, shared by national priorities, and oriented toward implementation. With that, I would like to thank our speakers and panelists for contributing their time and expertise. I look forward to an open, focused, and practical discussion. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Mohsen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Buniyaz, for highlighting the need for the cooperation and also building an actionable research agenda, actionable things on the ground. Now I will be moving on and presenting on that one, and I will not be using this one, I will be using the other mic. Thank you. Today, I will be highlighting the work which IMI has been doing it with the many partners in Central Asia and then in Pakistan. And we're giving the examples of building resilience to drought and desertification. What are the lessons from this region? Everyone knows who is participating here that drought is one of the serious disaster, and that has impacting around the 117 countries. Economically, it's around the $240 billion is economic loss so far on that one. By looking at it around that one, IMI has been working on this the drought since 2005, when we started working on the first time on the drought Southwest drought monitoring and operational one. And over the period of time, over the more than 21 years, we have worked in various regions in Asia and Africa. And in Pakistan, we have developed the drought monitoring system, which is operationalized with the Pakistan Meteorological Department. And now we are working in Central Asia, also on the drought, further extension of the work. When we are looking at around the drought, so we often call that the three important pillars, and those pillars are that one, monitoring and early warning system, which we're looking around that one, traditional early warning system. Also looking around that one, how we could have the satellite technology, and looking around that one, early warning and forecasting system, which is great. Many agencies are doing it. But when we are looking around, the next thing is about vulnerability and impact assessment is another one, and then the drought preparedness response and mitigation. IMI, as a part of CGIAR, we are able to provide a one-stop solution for all that one. We have a very strong that one, the team who is working on the vulnerability and impact assessment. I will be highlighting some of the examples where we are looking on sector-specific impact assessment. Also doing the drought vulnerability profile at the district scale level, at the regional scale level, at the national scale level, and then also identifying what are the risks associated with the drought. And those are able to help us that we are not going for a reactive mode, but we are going for the proactive drought plan. That could be on a climate smart agriculture. You can work it around that one, as well as on a nature-based solution for augmenting the groundwater, and also strengthening the water management, and finally making sure the community is a part of that one. So we are building the capacity of the community and how to work it around. And today I will be highlighting the two examples, from one from Pakistan and other from Central Asia. Let me give you the example from Pakistan, which we are working with the Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, which is Dr. Mozdam is here, where we are looking at around that one, how we could support the implementation of Pakistan National Adaptation Plan at 2025 to 2030, looking around that one, how that could be national platform for monitoring, early warning, and climate resilience as a part of that one. Again, Pakistan is in the top 10 countries in climate vulnerability over the period of time. Pakistan has the deadliest the drought, which was in 98 to 2002, where there are around 3 million people were affected and also 2.5 million basically the animal were lost. Over the period of time, that's a historical trend. But even right now, that one, the Pakistan Meteorological Department are also predicting on that one extended consecutive dry days reaching to up to 130 days in part of southern Sindh and Balochistan. And then what that means, it's that we need to start preparing on the drought preparedness before the crisis declaration, especially in the Balochistan and in the Sindh area, which are the rain-fed regions as a part of that one. So that what that means, the government has developed a plan which is building on want to build the climate resilience through agriculture, water nexus, disaster risk management, natural and human capital protection and resilience, and as well as improving the climate information services. And ultimately, that's improving, strengthening the adaptation planning as well as governance. And that's where that one, the system which we have developed, a Pakistan Meteorology, a Pakistan Drought Monitoring System, directly contributing to those adaptation priorities, which I will be showing in the following slides. So let me first go through that one, the plan. What the plan is telling, plan is saying that one, how the impact of drought could be reduced on the people and economy of Pakistan. And it has the 5 pillars identified by the government of Pakistan. Pillar 1 is assessment, planning, and source mobilization. Pillar 2 is policy, regulation, and governance. And pillar 3 is strengthening drought monitoring, early warning system, and preparedness. Pillar 4 is drought response and mitigation action. And pillar 5 is capacity building, raising awareness. What we have done as a part of drought is about that one, the pillar 3 to pillar 5, because regulation policy, that's a government domain area which is not relevant directly. And assessment planning and source mobilization is a part of that one in IMI's integrated drought plan. So what we are looking around, the adaptation plan has severe challenges. One of the big challenges, data remain fragmented. Other is institution is working in isolation at the national scale level, at the provincial scale level, and early warning information is produced, but there is no action happening on the ground because there is no one has the mandate. Now, finally, the Ministry of Climate Change is picking up that one. Therefore, the Pakistan need an operational mechanism connecting climate information with decision making on the ground. And that's where here we have the Pakistan Drought Management System, which was developed in collaboration with the FCDO RAP project. IMI was doing also with the Pakistan Meteorological Department, National Disaster Risk Management Fund, and FAO Vapor was also a partner there as a part of that one, which is we are looking at around, and then many of the government institute. It's about the National Drought Monitoring Platform, early warning and forecasting system. It's about that one, the CN4 tool for the government. That's where it's working it. We have officially handed over that one as a part of to the government of Pakistan in on the 15th of September, 15th of February 2025. And that's where now it is being used as a part of operational tool by the National Drought by the Pakistan Meteorological Department, National Drought Monitoring and Early Warning Center in Islamabad, who are using it for day-to-day decision making. What that means, it's providing an overview about the drought risk management, as well as data sources, decision support tools, climate risk resilience announcement from 2000 till to date. Every day you are getting what actually is happening in the drought and all sort of thing. It has a built-in kind of we have also built a big hydrological model, which is also giving us a forecasting module about that one, so that we could forecast the drought in the 1 month to 3 months as a part of that one. If we look around against the pillar mapping, what are the things? The pillars are that one which is identified by the government. What are the requirements and how we are able to contribute? Drought assessment and planning input, it provides analytical tool and data output. Governance, it's not directly linked, but it's helping and contributing to the policy processes. But monitoring, response, and as well as capacity, it's provided strong support to the system use and training as a part of that one. So this is a kind of we are providing all kind of the drought indices. This is a meteorological drought indices showing that one at the moment what's happening in a part of Pakistan, looking around the precipitation condition index, are also the SPI, which is clearly showing that southern Sindh, and then the Balochistan is affected as a part of that one. Let's look into as a part of that one, the agriculture drought. Again, there are the different drought indices as a part of that one. Again, we are using it, the soil moisture anomalies, the soil moisture condition index, which are really good as a part of that one. We are getting it. And again, there are the 16 indexes, which are coming it, and 12 are coming from the operational one, and 4 are coming it from the vapor is a kind of giant product for vapor output, which IMI and then the Pakistan Meteorological Department and FAO has working it on soil moisture anomalies, those kind of things. Lastly, looking around the socioeconomic drought and impact indicators, also looking around that one, how that's impacting on the communities and how we could work on the different steps and how we could improve on those ones. All is a great, but we will not do it only unless we do the drought contingency plan. That's the aim is continue working on a drought contingency plan at the district scale level and seeing how we could work it for different profile and then the contingency strategies accordingly. We are looking around agriculture profiles as a part of that one, livestock, poultry, fisheries, and the other one, irrigation practices, that's one. And also developing the contingent strategy, what we need to do in terms of agriculture, what we need to do for livestock, poultry, and fisheries, and it's jointly done by the IMI with the government partners at the local scale level, at the provincial scale level, and national scale level for that one. And lastly is about that one, the drought district level contingency plan, where we are organizing the training and having a development of giant activities as a part of that one. But the thing will not stop here. The next thing is that one, how we could provide a preparedness as a part of that one, where we are looking around nature-based solution and climate smart agriculture for drought resilience, and where we have identified 8 pilot sites, which we identified those are the sites based on the rainwater harvesting hydrological study. And we are looking around the rainwater harvesting ponds, solar powered irrigation systems, soil moisture sensors, and that's providing us the information and changing the livelihood of the people on the ground as a part. Let's move to the Central Asia. What actually happening in the Central Asia, where we are looking around the drought risk and resilience assessment. This is the World Bank initiative as a part of that one, where we are working and with them and other donors as a part of that one. Again, Central Asia, these things remain same. It's around the 17% of the share of the drought among the region natural disaster. 90% of water used in agriculture. It's again that one, the 10 to 15% of decline. Similar thing what we have these things in Pakistan. Again, that one we are looking around 4 kind of the drought resilience and seeing how that's impacting for the meteorological, agriculture, hydrological, and socioeconomic. And then the climate change and excessive use of water for agriculture is one of the major factors as a part of regional driver when we look around that one. Looking around that one, the regional risk picture, different conditions and shared resilience logic. Looking around the Kazakhstan, which is a drought cover, a vast territory, and then their priorities, early warning. Kyrgyzstan does not face a lot of that kind of the drought issues. Tajikistan is a high rural vulnerability, independence, and land and water sources. Their National Drought Action Plan and Agriculture Resilience. Turkmenistan is a country with high external water dependence priorities. And then there are many other issues as a part that's impacting an ecosystem. And Uzbekistan, irrigation dependence and regional water stress hotspot. And again, that one, the agriculture water consumption, how to minimize, how to do the water saving is one of the important priority. We look around that one from various profile by risk data, having a national dialogue, then scoring of measures, and then the priority package. And ultimately, we are looking at around that one, how we could develop an investment plan. The key conclusion of the whole discussion when we carried out the risk assessment is that one country need not a standalone list of projects, but a sequence portfolio, quick action 1 to 3 years, medium-term investment 4 to 7 years, and long-term structural resilience over the more than 7 years. And that's what is needed for the region. Giving the example of only 2 countries, Tajikistan here, due to time constraint, again, that one the country is showing that one there is a high link with the drought, with the land degradation, food security, and rural poverty, especially in vulnerable agriculture region. Looking around the priority package of measure, where this national drought preparedness, mitigation plan, drought monitoring and classification, crop diversification, and many of those things, restoration of land and pasture is directly linking with that one. That's showing that when there is need of much more measures, what we need to take it on the ground in order to do. And again, there is need of not monitoring, but how we could do on a from the response to the preparedness as a part of that one. And what are the pilot solutions which we could introduce in the vulnerable zone? Looking around the Turkmenistan, which is one of most severely affected as a part of that one. There is no surface runoff as a part of that one. The water supply originate outside of country. And again, that's a kind of the priority package are the same. There is a need of lining of the Karakum Canal, water saving technology, institutional drought coordination. And we'll hear more from our panelists about that one. And again, there is need of the piloting solution in most vulnerable zone as a part of that one. If we look around the overall for the region, again, that the early warning and triggers are common. There is a need of, there are many things are happening, but we need to do much more on the land restoration, nature-based solution as a part of that one. There are the issues, financial instrument and all those things are working together. And that's where we need to provide looking around the system scale level and see how we could bring more investment for the region, to the region for improving the drought resilience. Regional investment package, how that could be scaled up from our financial resilience, that's index-based insurance is important. That could be potentially introduced as a part of that one. We also need a regional drought risk profile, and after having a consultation with the various things, again, that in a regional finding that one drought is declared as an emergency, but systematically there is no institute who's able to provide support. There is a need of regional drought threshold, indicator and regular data exchange. Also, the country dependence on transboundary river required, agreed scenarios for low water years. Lastly, is about existing institution can be used, but their drought mandate remains fragmented. And there is a need of much wider institute who is able to provide that kind of thing for the whole region as a part of that one. By looking around that one, the gaps, again, there is no single regional drought boundary. Threshold and methodologies are not harmonized. Every country is working in their own way. A regional program exists like in Pakistan, but implementation is very weak. And the financial mechanism is not there. And then that's where we are looking at around what we can do. Again, that we, with the stakeholder, we generally develop kind of plan 1 to 3 years. We need to develop a drought coordination hub. Then we need to look around that one regional baseline vulnerability impact assessment that need to be done, and regional drought database and early warning exchange that need to be happening with the existing institute, CAREC, and then the SIC, ICWC. 4 to 7 year, we need to regional forecasting and alerting system, and then finally 4 to 6, we are looking sports sector vulnerability reduction. We are far behind on that one, how to achieve those kind of targets and everything. Ultimately, lastly, I want to say that one, all the communities in the arid and semi-arid conditions are typically caught by the drought. And there will be much more, there will be another very interesting seminar today, a side event on that one, which is where IMI will be launching the drought action catalyst strategy. That's around 6 to 7. And I would welcome you to attend that one. Thank you. Now, let me invite to our esteemed panelists. First of all, I will be inviting Dr. Syed Muazzam Nazami, Inspector General Forest, Ministry of Climate Change and Environmental Coordination, Government of Pakistan. Please come and join. Secondly, I will be inviting Mr. Mohammed Dorikov, who's the National Coordinator of Turkmenistan for UNCCD, Director of the Scientific Information Center of the Interstate Commission for Sustainable Development of the International Fund for Saving the RLC. And third is I will be inviting that Eva Peck, who's the Land and Water Officer from FAO, Food and Agriculture. Thank you. Thank you, joining. And then I will be starting first question with the Muazzam Nazami Sahab, that you are representing the government of Pakistan and Ministry of Climate Change. And then when we are talking about the drought is increasing systematic issues in Pakistan. And then from the Pakistan perspective, what is the single most important action required over the next 3 to 5 years to move from the drought risk assessment to tangible resilience building on the ground?
Thank you, Dr. As you have already mentioned that Pakistan has already prepared its drought plan. Under that plan, Pakistan has already identified the highly drought vulnerable districts. So Pakistan is now interesting to have district level management plan and partnership and financing. And we are also looking at an opportunity from flood to drought resilience, means capturing, storing, and recharging the excess flood and monsoon water for the dry spells where it is possible, because it is not possible in every district, but where it is possible, we want to store that water during the dry spell. So our ultimate aim is to make the district level plan and scale up investment and pilot projects there.
Okay, it's easy to say. My question is the Ministry of Climate Change has a national level mandate, but then you're talking about the district level plan, which are typically managed by the local government, which are the provincial and everything. How you guys are planning to work it with the provincial governments, especially then going to the local government, because when you need to develop the district level plan, it's important that one to take everyone on the board on a district contingency plan. So what are your thoughts in that regard?
For that purpose, we want to collaborate with the existing regional institutes like AMI or maybe our national institutes, PMD. So if with their collaboration, we want to make some plans that is based on the early warning and knowledge sharing, technical and knowledge exchange, and also for making some pilot projects for the district levels.
Okay, thank you. Now I will come back to you on this on the second question, but let me move to the particularly to Eva. Eva, my question is on that one. FAO is working a lot on a drought, desertification, and land restoration. And then when we are looking around the COP agenda, it's also placing a strong emphasis on land restoration and combating desertification. So my question is, how can drought resilience initiative be better integrated with national land restoration and sustainable land management program to create lasting impact for vulnerable communities? Can you please share your experience from FAO?
Yes, thank you very much. So when we talk about resilience framework integration into land, let's say sustainable land management frameworks or programs, what is important that drought resilience building is an impact-driven process. So we have to know the historical impacts to understand where we have to intervene. But what drives the impacts are the vulnerability factors. And one of the globally established vulnerability factor is the land degradation for drought. So wherever we see geographical intersection between drought risk and land degradation, then there is already a justification for the including the drought risk assessment frameworks into any kind of land restoration program. What is also very important, you mentioned the communities. So the question here, whether we talk about for communities or with communities, because what we see that very often as a negative coping capacity for the communities when drought comes is to use the natural resources, to deplete the natural resources. So in order to be able to have them on the board, we have to have drought risk assessment frameworks and interventions which bring social, economic, and financial benefits for communities. So if we can provide financial benefits, then we can practically safeguard those environmental objectives that we are trying to address together with the drought risk assessment frameworks.
Thank you. Can you share an example from any country about that one where your FAO team has been involved?
Yes, so we are supporting countries to establish national investment plans for drought resilience building. And typically, for example, Sahelian countries like Ghana, we have a lot of investment cases which are built on land restoration. So we are combining land restoration objectives together with drought resilience building objectives, but very important that we are supporting countries to invest in productive sectors where together they can also address these environmental objectives and the resilience objectives. But we are also seeing that very often when we talk about combining these development objectives with environmental and resilience objectives, we always think about agriculture. But we should really move out from this kind of thinking that we can combine these objectives only within the agriculture sectors. We work in countries like the Philippines, Sri Lanka, and so on and so on, and we have really a lot of examples when we can build or we can bring on board multiple sectors, including the health sectors, including the manufacturing, local economies involvement, including, for example, fishery, which is very interesting when we talk about drought, how fishery sector can still support or how fishery sector can be developed through drought resilience measures.
Thanks a lot, Eva. I will come back to you with a follow-up question, which I have it relevant to the topic what you talked. Let's move to the Dr. Mohammed Durikov. Sir, your government is planning to develop a kind of the Turkmenistan initiative to establish a regional desertification center. I would like to hear your government's thought. What are the plans?
Thank you, Mr. Mohsen. Good morning, dear friends. According to global data, approximately 95,000 hectares of irrigated land and about 600,000 hectares of pasture territory in Turkmenistan are subject to degradation annually due to various factors. Taking into account the existing trend of land degradation, the total area of degraded land, including slightly, moderately, and severely degraded areas, is projected to reach approximately about 20% of the country desert pasture territories. Turkmenistan's pastures cover more than 38 million hectares, accounting for 96% of country's total agricultural land area. The degradation of these pasture lands is driven by a number of factors, including overgrazing. The Central Asian region faces significant transboundary challenges related to desertification and is among the areas particularly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change due to its arid and semi-arid ecosystems. Recognizing the importance of combating desertification and strengthening regional coordination, the President of Turkmenistan, Serdar Berdimuhamedov, put forward an initiative at the 18th session of the UN General Assembly in September 2025 to establish a regional center for combating desertification for Central Asian countries. This initiative is particularly relevant in the context of climate change and increasing drought risks. The proposed center would aim to establish a mechanism for coordination of national programs and actions to combat desertification in Central Asian countries within the framework of the UNCCD. The main principles guiding the activities of the regional center would include a focus on the needs of Central Asian countries and priority challenges related to desertification, consideration of regional interests and national priorities, effective coordination at the regional level, and a phased approach to the development and implementation of the center's initiatives. The main areas of activity of the regional center would include analyzing scientific methods and technologies for combating desertification, establishing a unified regional system for monitoring land degradation, developing recommendations for sustainable land use, preparing regional reports on the state of land resources and trends in desertification, supporting efforts to achieve LDN, strengthening capacity and conducting training activities, establishing an electronic database of good practices. The regional center would engage a broad range of partners, including government authorities of Central Asian countries, representatives of the private sector, non-governmental and public organizations, national and international research institutions, national and international investors, as well as international organizations and donor funds. The center's financing would draw on state and private sources, international financial mechanisms, and international financial institutions. Additional resources would be sought from international donors and development partners, as well as through private investment and sustainable financing mechanism, including green technologies and carbon markets. Dear friends, in conclusion, the establishment of the regional center would represent an important step towards strengthening regional cooperation and enhancing the effectiveness of efforts to combat desertification. We look forward to the support of the countries of the region and international partners in advancing this initiative. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mohammed Durikop, for highlighting that one the need of a regional desertification center, where you mentioned to provide a mechanism for the institutional collaboration for regional countries. My question is, is there a political will from the neighboring country to join this center? So what are the discussions so far?
Sorry, my English not enough. I need Natasha. Помоги, пожалуйста, с вопросом.
Dr. Mohammed explained about that one, the regional desertification center, the Turkmenistan government want to establish. That's good. I'm saying, what is the response from the neighboring countries? Are they agree with that initiative?
Скажу по-русски, ты переведешь?
Yeah, sure.
Да, недавно в Центральной Азии состоялась и когда принимали декларацию астанинскую, там было отдельно отмечено, что все страны поддерживают, принимают важность создания такого центра. Так что мы очень надеемся на поддержку стран.
Thank you very much. So Dr. Durikov was saying that during the spring of 2026, there was a huge summit in Kazakhstan, the Regional Ecological Summit. And after that summit, there was a declaration of presidents adopted. And within that declaration, there is a mentioning of the regional center for the desertification. So Central Asian countries welcomed. And so there is a great hope that, this cooperation will continue.
Thank you.
You have the mic.
Thank you so much. Now let me move to the panelists again, to the Mozam Nazami Saab, moving back to Pakistan. So my question is, what practical mechanism or institutional arrangement would you like to see strengthened at the regional level to improve cooperation, information sharing, and coordinated response among the neighboring countries of Pakistan?
Pakistan would like a partnership through regional institution with three specific pillars. One is information sharing, shared drought information and early warnings, and then technical and knowledge exchange, and then joint investment ready resilience program. The objective is very clear for the Pakistan that better information, coordinated early action, and mobilized investment without creating parallel mechanisms. So Pakistan welcome the neighboring countries for collaborative efforts for piloting some projects.
Thank you so much. So my question is now next to Eva. What type of financing mechanism, partnership, or investment models are most needed to support long-term drought preparedness and landscape restoration across the region?
Yes, so this is a question we could sit here until tomorrow or next week, perhaps. So I need to really strategize the answer here. We need strategic investment and we need integrated investment design. These are the two most important, let's say, guiding principles when we talk about financing drought. What it means exactly, as we support countries in the drought investment plans, we differentiate two types of investment cases. One is investment in the enabling environment, and the other is the investment in concrete interventions. And we have seen examples in the presentations about enabling environments. So for example, the early warning systems, the institutional coordination mechanism, and so on, these are all belonging to the enabling environment. No intervention can be sustainable without having these in place. But this is not something where private sector might be very, very interested, let's be honest. And nowadays, this is the huge question everywhere, how we crowd in the private sector. We have to build enabling environment mostly from public funding in the most cost-effective way possible. And then we can go to investment cases which are built on this one, and these are concrete interventions. As I mentioned, this means that we are investing in productive sectors where we build drought resilience together. And this is usually the big ticket investment when we talk about concrete interventions. We saw in the presentation like water infrastructure, like nature-based solutions, and so on and so on. Here we need the private sector. Public funding cannot really cover this financial need what we have here. So in order to be able to call in the private sector, we really need to show financial return on the investment. So what we do actually, when we develop the investment plans and the investment cases specifically, we calculate performance indicators, financial performance indicators, which can prove then to the private sector that there is a merit here, and they can safely come in and take a share from the cases to invest also in drought resilience.
Thank you so much, Eva, for sharing the example. Thank you. Now let's move to that one, Dr. Mohammed, that last question from you. What kind of support you needed from the neighboring countries, from the Central Asia?
Конечно, прежде всего их согласие, одобрение этой инициативы, потому что для такого, создания такого центра необходима поддержка, согласие всего региона, потому что необходимо их участие. Если этот центр будет создан в Туркменистане, в Ашхабаде, например, это не значит, что это центр для Туркменистана, это центр для региона, значит, необходимо их активное участие в этом. И мы надеемся на поддержку.
Mohammed Durico says that active participation of Central Asian countries, the statement that this center will be based in Ashgabat doesn't mean that it is only for Turkmenistan. This is for the whole region of Central Asia. So definitely after accepting that this center should be there should be some more cooperation of the countries that we expect.
Thank you very much. Now, thank you very much for all the panelists. So now let me move to that one. The audience, if there are any questions, please raise the hand. Yes.
Okay, thanks
please
very much.
introduce yourself and then ask a brief question to the panelists whom you want to ask.
Thanks very much. I'm Maher Salman. I'm Senior Land and Water Officer at FAO, Rome. Actually, my question has to do with the naming, and mostly maybe it takes us to the context from Mohsen to the countries. we're always, for example, when you presented Pakistan case or when we have the DRRA or Pakistan talking about plans, and we always say use National Adaptation Plan, DRRA. We are in a venue that UNCCD is promoting national drought plans. As the representatives, you will see it in the decision on drought, recommending national drought plans per name. How you differentiate between the two and whether you go to that or this, that's perhaps my question. Yeah.
Yes.
You may answer this.
Okay, please ask the question, please. And then-
Voilà, merci
Yeah.
beaucoup. Moi, je suis Haruna Abarchi. Je viens du Niger, c'est un pays du Sahel. Je vais parler français parce que c'est ça que je comprends. En fait, ma question va dans le sens de l'aridité des zones. Le Sahel étant l'une des zones les plus arides parce qu'à la lisière du Sahara, a quand même un problème d'eau parce que les sécheresses sont déjà là. L'eau se fait rare. Alors, quelle disposition? Parce que j'ai entendu d'autres dire que certains pays sont sahéliens alors qu'ils ne sont pas sahéliens. Le problème de l'eau, c'est surtout au Sahel et même là, les pasteurs, parce que c'est eux qui sont là-bas. Je voudrais bien savoir quelle réflexion cette institution est en train de conduire pour que des solutions éventuelles soient prises. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. For the second question, anybody could translate to all the audience? Yes, you can do it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kargil.
Yes, I can try to translate. It's a very simple question. It comes from Niger, and it's for those who are familiar to Africa. You are talking about the Sahara region.
Yep.
And drought is a fact. And what can partners like this do for pastoralists in the region?
Okay, thank you. Let me first answer for the first question, which Meher Salman Sahab asked about that one. That I think it's just in a drought risk resilience assessment when we are talking it about for the Central Asia. This was the terminology used in a project, okay, to be consistent as a part of that one. And then I fully agree with you that it should be the national drought plan and everything. Again, many of the time that one, the things which are picked up as a part of that one, particularly the donor requirement, they have it, they want to differentiate what exactly the national drought plan and then all sort of things as that one. Because that's typically the mandate of the national government agency to go for the national drought plan, that the international institute like IMI or other one, they cannot go for that sort of thing. It's just the government who's taking those initiatives. And I agree with you that need to be streamlined as a part of that one, how to work it. And that's where hopefully that the thing will work and will go into that one. Just the second question, and then I will ask the panelists. I think when we are talking about the pastoral land and everything, the important thing is the watershed management, restoration of land and water sources, how we could have the watershed enhancement or watershed management, we can do it. And that's where the CGIAR as the institute has a lot of expertise, and we are doing a lot of work in India. We are doing work in Kenya. We are doing also work in Ethiopia and then many other countries in Central Asia as a part of that one. But I will ask the panelists if they want to provide any comment on both of these questions.
Je dois répondre en anglais, peut-être parce que je ne voudrais pas faire l'erreur, mais nous avons un traducteur ici. When we talk about pastoralist and Sahel and drought management, there is something very important which I recognized in the previous COPs also. When we put this in context, like in the land degradation context and pastoralists, so the nexus, we really don't talk about water. And that's a huge problem because when we talk about land-based solutions, I hardly ever hear that, okay, what we do with water management then. So this is the very first point to see that we have to have some, let's say, more political awareness that land management is eventually land and water management. So we have to handle the two together to have let's say, more awareness on this issue. Other than this, when we talk about technical solutions, there are really a myriad of technical solutions what we can do for pastoralists, from water pointing points to groundwater recharge and so on and so on. Evidently, I cannot answer or pick up one best option right now, but as I mentioned, the very first step is to advocate further for water within this context.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah,
Please.
for the second question, I agree with her. We need to make some ponds in the rangeland area. And secondly, we should emphasize on the grass species which should be grown in that area that may be sustainable for that area. And many byproducts can be prepared from that grass so that the livelihood of the pastoralist can be supported through this.
Thank you so much. Last one question is, and you need to provide a very brief answer. If this session is to produce one concrete regional outcome after COP17, whether a partnership platform, knowledge sharing initiative, regional center, a giant program, or policy commitment, what would you like that outcome to be and why? Starting Mozam sir from you.
Yeah, I would like to make a consortium of the regional country, maybe in the Turkmenistan, where knowledge sharing should be carried out, or some database system should be prepared so that all the regional countries may be benefited from that.
Thank you very much. Dr. Mohammed.
Да, мы бы хотели, конечно, использовать возможность COP17, чтобы использовать для того, чтобы достичь хотя бы поддержку от стран, от секретариата международных организаций, вот создание такого центра. Вот это наше желание.
One proposal from our side definitely will be to receive some support and also cooperation from, countries and also from international organizations on the establishing of the regional center for combating desertification in Central Asia.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And Eva, the same question from you.
Well, I think you have to focus on institutional coordination more
Yep.
at regional level, and also to make it very pragmatic. So institutional coordination shouldn't just be limited to events and occasional meetings, but to have a communication protocol, how you are going to share information, knowledge, decisions together, and so on and so on. So make this institutional coordination, regional institutional coordination, very pragmatic.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all the stream panelists. Thank you so much. Now I'll be requesting to Dr. Kargile to come and present about that one, the provided closing remarks. Over to you, Dr. Kargile.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mohsin, for organizing this, and thanks for the panelists, really for very entertaining discussions. I will come back to some critical points I have taken, and thanks for the audience because they could not be happy to talk to themselves. So we are happy to have you around. But really key take-home messages from what I've heard and I've learned from FAO, from the countries, Pakistan and Turkmenistan. For me, the key points is we need cooperation. Having the region coming together, the drought is coming the new normal. So whatever we want, we can dream, but we have to know and learn how to live with drought. Drought becomes the new normal. No single country can be able to address it. So cooperation, Turkmenistan said it clearly, Pakistan said it clearly, and FAO said it, talked about it in a way or another, and Mohsin had it. So cooperation is key. Cooperation, yes, but we need to be all committed to work together. The enabling environment that FAO mentioned is very critical for us. And yes, we can want to work together, but finance is already a limiting factor. So how do we come together and mobilize the right financing? That cooperation becomes critical. Together, we can be able to mobilize the resources. And I did like the point from Pakistan, saying, yes, we can think about national level, we can talk about global issues, but we know that we have to save the communities. So what has to happen at the district level? So we are here in Ulaanbaatar, and the message is clear. Let us go back home, see what we can do at national level. How do we make it happen at the watershed, at the district level, and how do we mobilize our neighbors for joint action? This is a critical message for us to take, and I really would like also, before I conclude my statement, to answer my fellow colleague from Niger, this time in French, but I will translate quickly in English. If I gave a real amazing answer in terms of what has to happen, but the key is how do we make sure that the pastoralists themselves are very active in the actions? How do they really participate actively in developing solutions? In our science program, where I work closely with Mohsin, we talk about landscape vision to action. And that is developed involving all the critical stakeholders. And when you talk about rangelands, we talk about dry areas, the pastoralists becomes the key actors into that kind of action. How do we make sure that they are not receivers of solutions, but they are part of the developing the solutions to manage drought? I see you nodding, so what I said in English is already clear in French. But mon peu très clair, votre question est très intéressante. Le plus important, on a appris ça de la FAO par rapport aux initiatives en cours. Mais le peu le plus important, c'est comment s'assurer que les pastoralistes jouent un rôle clé dans la prise de décision. S'assurer qu'ils participent au niveau local, au niveau national, au niveau régional. Vous êtes ici à Ulaanbaatar, c'est un signe clair que vous êtes en train de contribuer à l'agenda global. Maintenant, le plus important, c'est de rentrer à la maison, mobiliser les frères et les sœurs pour une action concrète. Thank you very much for this. I will wrap up here and thank you for everyone for joining us. Good. Congratulations.
I would be requesting the Bunyad and everyone just to come here on the stage and we'll have a group picture. We'll have a group picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
of coping with climate change.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. And we are going to about our event, and please take a seat. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and thank you all for coming and joining our event on the Sacred Sky story. And also, we would like to also thanks for the IUCN and together with this event. And first, we would like to announce our distinguished delegates from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment of UAE. And thanks for joining our event. And also, the film is produced by also Mongolian team from MBCC team and also WSCT team and also Salam Foundation. I would like to thanks everyone. And here I would like to invite Dr. Munir Virani about the movie. Dr. Munir Virani. Okay. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you all for coming for this very special screening of the film Sacred Skies, The Legacy of X26. Again, I want to acknowledge the presence of the UAE delegation from the United Arab Emirates, from the Ministry of Climate Change and Environment. Thank you for gracing your presence for our event. We appreciate it. And thank you all for coming. Here's what's happening as we're all sitting here in this room right now. Every 3 seconds, a bird is dying of electrocution. Every 3 seconds. That is 10 million birds every year. By the time this COP17 event ends, close to 300,000 birds will have died from electrocution. But here's the good news. In Mongolia, there will be far less birds that die, primarily because of this amazing partnership between the United Arab Emirates and the government of Mongolia. Both countries have a shared history in the heritage of falconry. The Sacred falcon is the national bird of Mongolia. The Sacred falcon is also a national symbol in the United Arab Emirates. Nearly 15 years ago, the government of the United Arab Emirates committed a long-term funding towards investing in the conservation of Sacred falcon in Mongolia. The Sacred falcon, Mongolia is the second largest breeding stronghold for Sacred falcons after China. It is an endangered species, and over time, we have invested in saving species. The United Arab Emirates government has invested in conducting sound scientific research, in developing global partnerships, and most importantly, in helping to develop the next generation of conservation leaders. It has been an incredible pleasure and a joy working with the team from the Mongolian Bird Conservation Center. The film is a very powerful message about Sacred falcons. It is a powerful message about resilience. It is an incredibly powerful message about partnerships and what people with a shared history in the heritage of falconry can put together. Some of the stars of this film are seated amongst us over here. And at the end of the film, I'll invite them all to come and take a seat in the front so that you can get a chance to ask them about their experiences, about the work that they do, and about their aspirations in the future. So without further ado, it is my great privilege on behalf of the leadership of the Mohammed bin Zayed Raptor Conservation Fund to present to you Sacred Skies, The Legacy of X26. Please enjoy.
From Asia's highest peaks to its valleys downstream, our people and wildlife are coping with climate change. Voices from the roof of the world.
They had seen it all before. Another Seeker Falcon had fallen. The lifeless body of X-26 lay beneath the power lines, still, silent, dead. She was more than just a number to the scientists who had tracked her. She was part of a story unfolding across the Mongolian steppes. A story of thousands of raptors lost each year to electrocution. And this is not only Mongolia's tragedy. Around the world, every 3 seconds, a bird is lost to electrocution. This is not a crisis. It is a global emergency. But X-26 was not alone. In a nest nearby, 4 chicks waited for a mother who would never return. Their survival now hung in the balance.
Last year, and we put tracker on the PMU, and that fair breeding successfully in last year and migrate through the China and coming back in Mongolia. And this year, this spring, I mean, they are also breeding here. But just a few days before, I found the transmitter of PMED is stopped. And we just go through there and check that. And the time she was electrocuted on the power lines. And she had 4 chicks in her nest. Every time I saw the dead Seika falcons, it's very sad, you know. And especially, I know that bird by individually. I mean, we know that bird from the eggs, you know, after hatching, you bringing him and putting transmitter on. Yeah, that moment is really heartbreaking.
Before we can understand X-26's story, we must first know the land that she ruled. Here, the horizon has no end. Winds carry the scent of grass and dust for 1,000 kilometers. Gazelles flow like water across the plains, and foxes vanish into the shadows. Cranes rise like ancient spirits. Above it all, golden eagles and Seika falcons rule the skies. Magnificent hunters, perfectly adapted to this vast wilderness. For centuries, Mongolians have lived in rhythm with this land, following the trails of their ancestors across the seasons. Falconry, a tradition as old as Genghis Khan, remains at the heart of their identity. A bond between people and birds that endures even as the modern world encroaches. But today, that balance is precarious. The same step that once gave life now bears the scars of progress. Overgrazed pastures, shifting rains, and the silent menace of power lines stretching across the skyline. For centuries, Seika falcons nested on remote cliffs, wild, inaccessible places where few predators could reach them. But out here on the open steppe, there are no cliffs, only grasslands stretching to the horizon. For the falcons, it was once an impossible place to raise their young. Then, more than 15 years ago, long before the full scale of the power line crisis was understood, Emirati and Mongolian conservationists came together with a bold idea. From the deep-rooted culture of falconry in Abu Dhabi came an inspiration to build 5,000 artificial nests across the steppe. Simple steel barrels on poles, giving the falcons safe places to breed while providing training and employment for local herders and young biologists. The grasslands were never devoid of falcons. They were always here, drifting as floaters without safe places to nest. These barrels change that, turning the open plain into a sanctuary of prime real estate, and in them, the falcons thrived. Over the years, thousands of chicks took their first flight from these nests. new life rising where none had been before. But below the soaring falcons, the steppe was in crisis. Years of overgrazing and erratic rains had left the soil bare, and rodents, like the Brandt's vole, multiplied in the ruins. For the herders, it was a plague, devouring what little pasture remained.
Ер нь бол үлийн цагаан огт нь бол сүүлийн жилүүдэд манай энэ рүү бол их илбэгшсэн. Ер нь бол цаг агаарын уур амьсгалын нөлөөлөл бол байгаа. Одоо сүүлийн жилүүдэд бол хуурайшилттай холбоотой юм уу? Бороо ус одоо байгаль дэлхий дээрээсээ хураа баг харилж байгаагаас болж байгаа юм уу? Одоо салхи шуурга одоо бидний хэллэгээр бол хаврын хавсраг салхи шуурга бол их гардаг болсон шүү дээ. Хаврын үйлдвэрлэл бол ер нь тэр хаярал салхи авсарж яадаг, шуурж яадаг. Тэр чүтгийг л заримдаа одоо 100-ны ихэнх сар гарцсан байхад хүртэл одоо шуурга салхи тийм нөлөө байна. Тэгэхээр одоо энэ хуурайшилттай холбоотой ийм хавсраг шуурга гардаг юм болов. Энэ бол их бас газар дэлхий мал малж байгаа биднэрд бол бас муугар нөлөөлөх хөөц ийм ажиглагдаад байгаа.
But for the falcons, it was a feast. And for the scientists, it was an opportunity to study how raptors might help restore balance to the grasslands. They called their study the landscape of fear, investigating how falcons and other raptors could tip the balance, driving rodents into hiding, holding their numbers in check, and helping to restore the integrity of Mongolia's grassland. These grasslands are more than a home for wildlife. They anchor the soil, sustain herders and their livestock, and lock away carbon deep in their roots, helping to maintain the planet's delicate carbon balance. Conserve the falcon is to conserve the steppe itself.
Миний ажлын хамгийн чухал зүйл гэх юм бол махчин шуудын нөлөөгөөр түүний эдэж тэжээл болж байгаа үлийн цагаан огтонд амьдралын идэвх зан төрхт нь ямар нэгэн өөрчлөлт гарч ийн үгүй гэдгийг шалгах нь хамгийн чухал одоо үр дүн байх болно гэж би харж байгаа. Яг энд одоо ахтын судалгаа хийх нь бол яаж чухал вэ гэхээр мэдээч Монголд хаасаагүй бэлчээрийн асуудал яригдаж эхэлсэн байна. За тэгээд энийг яг өөрийнх нь байгалийн одоо экосистемээр зохицуулах арга хэмжээ авъя гэх юм бол бид нар махчин шуудтай илүү төлхөө ажиллах хэрэгтэй. За тэгээд энийг хослуулж чадж байгаа ажил маань одоо яг бидний баян махчин шууд судлах суурьнд явагдаж байгаа учраас манай ажил бол маш чухал үр дүнтэй байх болов уу гэж бодож байна.
The artificial nest program was extremely successful. Since 2010, more than 25,000 young falcons have taken flight from these simple steel barrels on poles. One of them may have been X-26. For the scientists, the nests are a living laboratory, allowing close study of falcons in numbers never possible before. For the herders, they have brought the birds back into their daily life, protectors against the rodents that compete with their livestock.
We have been working with the local communities for many years, but when we erected the artificial nest in the Gungalut Nature Reserve area, we received so many feedbacks from the herder families. They got some information about and also knowledge about the artificial nest and the sacred falcon and its sustainable. Yeah. So since then, the herder families, we should protect the artificial nest because this is a very important for the steppe ecosystem, and also it can promote and also support the sacred falcon breeding. That time we discussed it with the local administration and rangers of the Bahin Dilgar Sum in 2 provinces in central Mongolia, and then we choose the areas with the high rodent population density. The herder families told us the rodent population is decreasing in every year, cover of the vegetation is increasing. So it could be very best result of the conservation of the project.
Sarah's team has worked with 10 families to install more than 80 nests. Herders welcomed them, seeing falcons not as a threat, but as allies, a living shield against rodent plagues, and a sign that their land still has hope. And beyond the nests, her team works with schools across the steppe, teaching children about falcons and the fragile grasslands they all depend on for the next generation. The falcon has become a symbol of both heritage and hope.
Ер нь бол хиймэл байрлуулснаар хиттэй бол их ач тусаа өгөх байх гэж бодож байгаа. Тэгээ та нарын энэ ажилч яг хуу 2 жил хугацаанд бага боловч бас эдл шонхор шувуу үүрлж нутагшиж одоо өндгөө гаргаж байгаа байдал нь бол их ач тусаа өгөх юм байна гэж бодож байгаа би. За одоо тэгээ тал нутгийг маань шонхор шувуу сууршиж сайхан одоо нутгаа эзэн байж бид бүхэн одоо малаа хариулж энэ тал нутг дээр одоо үлийн цагаан огтн мэрэгч амтан энэ газар дэлхийг сэндээлэх ч юм уу одоо өвс тоос ургахад муугаар нөлөөлөхгүй байгаасай л гэж ахна одоо дотроо бодож явна да.
Between 2010 to 2023, we estimated like those 5,000 artificial nests produced over 25,000 sacred falcons into the wild. That's a great number, you know. Even these grasslands had no any nesting place before that when we are erecting artificial nests.
Perhaps X-26 was born in one of those nests, a daughter of the steppe. Fitted with a lightweight satellite transmitter, she and other falcons just like her revealed the hidden rhythms of survival, where the birds hunt, where they rest, and where danger awaits. Yet, evolution had not prepared the falcons for what came next. Power lines now cut across their hunting grounds, each pole an inviting perch, each wire a silent trap. The invisible current was lethal. A single brush could end a life that took years to mature. Field surveys revealed the scale of the tragedy. Every year, an estimated 18,000 raptors were electrocuted in Mongolia, 4,000 of them Seika falcons. It was a national crisis demanding urgent action. In 2019, a remarkable partnership took shape, linking the government of Mongolia with the Mohammed bin Zayed Raptor Conservation Fund of Abu Dhabi. Together with Mongolian conservationists, power companies, and engineers, they launched an unprecedented national initiative to make power lines safe for birds. Over 3,000 kilometers of power lines stretching across almost 80% of Mongolia's steppe were transformed as 27,000 poles were fitted with specially designed insulation covers. Within just 4 years, raptor deaths from electrocution fell by 94%. Along this network, the killing had almost stopped.
Өндөр хүчлийн цахилгаан дамжуулах агарын шугамд тасралт ихээр үүсчихсэн. Тасралтын шалтгааныг судлаж үзэхэд шугамны хөл хоригдолтой холбоотой байсан. Монгол улсын эрчим хүчний системийн хэмжээний шугамны хөл хоригдлыг бууруулах, тасралтыг багасгах чиглэлээр яаралтай ажил зохион байгуулах юм шаардлагатай болсон. За энэхүү одоо ажлыг хийж гүйцэтгэхэд хамтран ажилласан өндөр түвшингийн мэргэжлэнгүүд, инженер техникийн ажилтан та бүхэндээ талархаж явдгаа илэрхийлье.
But then came the flatlining of X-26's signal. It led the scientists to a newly built line where old wooden poles were being replaced with concrete ones, deadly for raptors. When the team surveyed the area, they found more than 200 electrocuted birds. One of them was X-26. Her death did not begin this work. It reaffirmed why it must continue. X-26 revealed the danger just in time. And now, because of her, that line is being retrofitted, turning a place of loss into a corridor of safety.
Every year, over 18,000 raptors electrocuted across nationwide. So including Sacred falcon, over 4,000 Sacred falcon, and another globally endangered species of steppe eagle as well. And during the survey, there is a record of 18 different species. Unfortunately, in Mongolia, there are more than 40,000 like this design line poles in different habitats, steppes, forests, and the different places, part of Mongolia. So during the mitigation project, we mitigated over 27,000 line poles and using the same insulation covers. So by doing that, there is significant reduction in the mortality by 94%. I don't want to be someone who just watches the problem grows or watches the problem increase many different places. And I want to be the part of solution. That's why I involved this job.
At the Bayan Raptor Research Center, scientists study more than just falcons. Through satellite tracking and field research, they follow the birds across Mongolia and into China, mapping migrations that cross mountains, deserts, and borders. Each transmitter tells a story of endurance and connection.
We put satellite transmitters on these birds for getting information about their movements. And last year we tracked 28 birds from the grid, and this year we already tracked 30. After the chicks fledging, the birds start to disperse. I mean, mostly juveniles start disperse around the Mongolia. Most of them starts their migration to Sakha-Tibetan Plateau in around mid-September.
X-48, the mate of X-26, had become the first of the tracked birds to migrate to the Qinghai Plateau in China in 2025. His journey is proof of how these falcons connect nations and why their protection must cross borders too. In Bayan is also where Abu Dhabi continues to invest in the future, mentoring young Mongolian biologists, training them in science, and nurturing the next generation of conservation leaders.
The moment I hold the young falcon in my hand, and just before we release it, it's like I feel its future. And always I whisper to it, fly far and fly safe. And every ring and every transmitter I put on a bird is a message. It's a reminder that someone cared enough to fight for this bird's chance at life.
From that work has grown a nationwide effort. Mongolian scientists, backed by Abu Dhabi, turning care into action and scaling this model across the whole country. One of the groups at the heart of this effort is the Mongolian Bird Conservation Center.
MBCC, Mongolian Bird Conservation Center, established in 2015 and 10 years ago. And so we focus on mostly the bird research in eastern and central, western, southern Mongolia. So thanks for Mohammed bin Ziyad, the Rafter Conservation Fund. Their mission didn't really change the lives of birds. It also changed the people's. And we can see the awareness of the government and also mining companies and real willingness to fix the power lines.
That same vision now reaches beyond Mongolia. Building on this success, the Mohammed bin Zayed Raptor Conservation Fund, together with its partners, is expanding this work into Kazakhstan, where opportunities to develop new bird-safe networks are being upscaled across the falcon's migratory range. From the Emirati reverence for falconry to the herders of the steppe, a shared vision unites cultures and continents in protecting these birds of prey. What began as an emergency in Mongolia has grown into a movement, a model for raptor conservation worldwide. When X-26 died, her 4 chicks were left hungry and helpless, waiting for a mother who would never return. Their survival seemed impossible. But her mate, X-48, refused to abandon them. And hunt after hunt, day after day, he braved the dust storms and the scorching heat to keep them alive against all odds. X-26's death was tragic, but through her mate's devotion, her legacy endured in the survival of her young.
A story like that gives me hope about the power and resilience of the sacred falcons. The work that I do is important because if we conserve the sacred falcons, we can conserve the health of the grasslands. If we conserve grasslands, we can conserve the whole Mongolia.
Well, thank you very much, everybody, for watching this film. What you've just witnessed here is probably one of the greatest conservation success stories of modern times. And now I'd like to invite our team from MBCC to come and sit in the front over here, and we'll have a Q&A session. So Gigi, Hoiga, Amatufshin, Sarah, please come in the front. Unfortunately, Agi is not going to be able to join us because he has a TED Talk that starts in about half hour. But these are the stars of the film, and the heroes, the conservation heroes behind the success story of the Seika falcons and the raptor work here in Mongolia. So if you have any questions for them, please, I invite you to ask them questions. Sarah has a question.
This is the problem when you're actually sitting at the back doing the tech and also interested. So thank you so much for the film and for the incredible work that you're doing. I'm really interested by the fact that you're also trying to train the next generation. That's what we need, the next generation of conservationists. What are some messages that you could give to young people to inspire them, apart from this fantastic film, to inspire them to carry on with the work? Oh, now I've got to go. Yeah, anyone. I've got to run back and turn the thing on. So
Okay. Maybe. This one's off. Okay. You want to start? Message.
Some message? Yeah, it is a very good question to ask because the young generation is very important. The most of our project activities is mostly focusing on to promote the sustainable rangeland stuff through the sacred falcon conservation work. So it is a very good thing to promote all the generation, the young generation through especially the educational activities. And also another most important thing is to engage them into the conservation activities. And afterward, they have learned about so many things about what is the sustainable steppe ecosystem, why should we protect the sacred falcon, what is the role in the ecosystem, and etc. So I would say let's promote our scientific result through the activities to the young generation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No. Use this one.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So I'd like to mention again what Agi said in the film. By conserving sacred falcon to maintain balance of healthy of grassland, rangeland, doing that also conserving the across Mongolia rangeland. So this could be a message for young generation. Yeah, it's very important. And also restoring rangeland, restoring hope. That's also aligned with this COP17 titles. Yeah, thank you very much.
Amatufshin, I have a question for you. Where X26 was found, that was a new power line that your team did not know about. Do you want to tell the audience over here what you have now done with that new power line?
Yeah, that's very sad story. That was X26, the female of the breeding pair from 2 province by Ingrid. Yeah. So first we found that death of X26 female. It was in middle of the power line from 2 province Bayunsong to Chur town, about 86-kilometer length, over 900 poles. So that wasn't mitigated during our project between 2019 to 2023 because it belongs to private sector, UB Railway Company. So it was out of the mitigation project by that time. So we found this, then we start discussion with the Ulaanbaatar Railway Company, head of energy supply at the company. Then they understand all the story and they're willing to help us. And they started a discussion with us that through cooperative contract with us. So also support from Mohammed bin Zayed Rafter Conservation Fund. They gave donation for that power line, 1,170 poles mitigated, all the insulation cover donated by Mohammed bin Zayed Rafter Conservation Fund. Then installation, fitting, local expenses all funded by Ulaanbaatar Railway Company through their social responsibility. And we researchers, we did coordination happening of that mitigation. So now the line of 1,170 poles, 100% mitigated, safe. So we're going to have a post-mitigation survey in September to see result, how many % of reduction in electrocution. Yeah, thank you very much.
Good. Do we have any other questions? One over here from Nadia.
Thank you very much, everyone. Such exciting movies you guys made. So I'm from the Snow Leopard Conservation Foundation. So I just realized, like, though we are studying the different species, but there's a common challenges like infrastructure challenges, like we face as linear infrastructure challenges. So you guys also having a similar challenges of this power line challenges. So how do we deal with this different like community, the different minister to deal with such challenges? Because we also having a similar challenges, like maybe the way of speaking language might be different, or how do you like sit in the same table to discuss all these challenges? Can you please share with some good examples or lessons learned with us? Thank you.
Hoiga, you want to answer that question?
Hello. Thank you, Nadia. That's also a very important question. And so during that project, we mitigated our so nearly 27,000 poles in 15 some districts from, no, 60 some districts from 15 provinces. And actually we established a working group from the Ministry of Environment and also Ministry of Energy. And those working groups actually included the head of the departments of both ministries. And the project is actually implemented together with 17 energy systems in Mongolia, and Western energy system, Eastern and Central and Southern. And so that was very good approach to work together to mitigate those lines. And so, and Amra was just earlier mentioning about this project was only mitigated state-related lines. And but now is we have very good examples from the case study of the UB Railways, which is private companies. It's very intended to mitigate the mitigation expenses by own budget, which is very important because of the private company leadership for the conservation of birds of prey, and this thing is very important. So people are actually now it's intended and contacting us to work together, have to implement. And so we'd like to suggest that you should work with the working group with the related ministries and the related companies, and all sit together and talk about and the issues arising, and that will be the very important solutions to start the activities. And you have something to more?
Thank you, Hoiga. There's a question over here. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. My name is Peter Njero. I work as a policy officer for Africa region at BirdLife International. Thank you for that film. Yeah, it was enlightening. And I'm also doing a research on the steppe eagles, which is among the raptors. So my main question is, you've demonstrated the impact of the project that you implemented, but then this is more of a reactive approach because a power line has been installed, then we are going to mitigate. So how do we move from this reactive approach to a proactive approach? By this, I mean, across the world, we have energy infrastructure coming up. We have environmental impact assessments being developed every time and being approved. So how can we influence this infrastructure even before they are put up in our ecosystems? What approach can we use to ensure that any infrastructure that is coming up at the design stage, these approaches that prevent electrocution and collision with the birds are incorporated? Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. That's a very important question. And you're right that the work that was done here was primarily as a result of what was being observed after the lines had been put up. Now, as you're from Africa, you are familiar that Africa has lost nearly 70% of its raptors, its birds of prey over the last 3 generations. And unequivocally, the biggest threat to these birds of prey is linear infrastructure, particularly from low distribution power lines. There have been discussions at various fora about having multilateral development banks that have signed during COP23. They signed a joint statement saying that any future infrastructure developments that they will fund must have net zero impact. Now, I think we're far off because places like the World Bank and the IMF, who fund a lot of these infrastructure projects, it's still not on their radar. So the more awareness we do, the more we show the world that Mongolia sits really at the apex of demonstrating to the world that this is an easy fix. The other thing is every single power pole there costs $32.50. That is incredibly cheap, a small price to pay for protecting biodiversity. There are companies based in Europe and the United States that charge between $500 and $600 per pole. This team here, through the partnership with the United Arab Emirates, has shown that this is very low cost, high impact. And that is what needs to be demonstrated to the world in the future, that we can do it. And I think BirdLife International, you sit there again at the precipice of demonstrating this to the world.
Some additional answer to Nadia. Of course, I would like to highlight a single group of people or institute cannot solve this issue about electrocution and mitigating power line. Of course, it happened. It's done by different institutions, cooperation. So years of surveys done by Mohammed bin Zayed, Raptor Conservation Fund, and also Wildlife Science and Conservation Center researchers sitting there. They did a lot of surveys starting by 2013 until 2018, and surveys done by Mongolian Bird Conservation Center. And also I would like to highlight, mention about engineers from electricians and engineers from electric distribution companies from East Mongolia to the West Mongolia across 15 provinces, 7 regional electricity distribution companies. So their support was amazing to happen, this mitigation project. Yeah. So need to have a big group. Yeah.
We have a question here.
I don't have a question actually, but while I was growing up, I used to hear some of the couplets about falcon. It was about that stayed with me. It was about उकाबे रूह जब पैदा होती है जवानों में नजर आती है मंजिल उनको अपने आसमान में. That means when the spirit of falcon awakens in a young, they see their destination in the skies. Thank you for doing such a wonderful work. Thanks.
Yes. Okay. I'll take one last question before we wrap this up. Right there.
Yeah, hello. Thank you very much for this inspiring story. And sincerely, I want to already see the sequel, or like episode 2. And this is actually my question about what actually comes next, what you have in plan for the next step. So we've heard about the long-term vision of preventing actually cases of electrocution through like embedding this prevention manager into the design. But this is indeed like a long-term strategy. What do you have in plans and strategies, for example, for the next couple of years? Do you continue with further clients, with the monitoring of existing clients? Do you also address the general habitat of the falcons and other issues connected to its distribution and population? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions. And I would, before my answer, I would like to mention that why this power line project, comes. because of in Mongolia we had Dr. Manir was mentioning 5,000 artificial nests in 2010, and 20 districts in the 5 provinces and all the steppe ecosystem. And during the monitoring period, so in the nesting pairs of sacred falcons, the artificial nests increased up to 800 pairs. They produced average 3 chicks per nest. Unfortunately, but the project was very successful and fantastic, good. So we really supported our breeding population using the artificial nests, because you know the falcons, they don't build a nest by themselves, only occupy the available nests or other birds. So unfortunately, the project was successful, but the chicks, fledgling chicks from the nests, they sit on the power line because of its steppe, and power line is dead. So then the project goes to the second stage to mitigate the power lines. And now the first stage is finished, and over 27,000 poles are mitigated. And Amra was mentioning that the standard for the power line is now already produced in 4 years ago. And now the Ministry of Energy needs to push it to implement it. Not only the state parties, also the private sections, they need to follow the standard to mitigate the friendly power lines for raptors. And our project is also paying lots of attention to implement this standard, and also our next stage we will also monitor the unmitigated and the power lines, and we will rank them. Which lines in Mongolia is more dangerous, need to be mitigated, and we still working with Mohammed bin Zayed Raptor Fund to work it together with support from our Ministry of Energy and Environment, and also we are inviting our private sectors to implement it together. And this power lines needs to be mitigated. After that, maybe after the mitigation of all the dangerous power lines, I think we should talk about the conservation, especially the artificial nests and things. And because currently we have also a project in Central Mongolia on using our 200 nests and the breeding biology and migration ecology of sakers, and how they really produce, and what is the artificial nest benefit and things. And so, yeah, thank you. So we have first we should finish this power lines. And
all right. Well, on that note, I want to thank you all for the privilege of your time and for watching this film, and enjoy the rest of COP17. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
And thank you to IUCN for giving us the opportunity to show.